Hello, hello. Right. So, ready for some more game dev action? I think the plan today, going to start off with some Unity, looking into more scriptable object stuff that we started, well, that we're slowly learning here at the moment. And then we'll see how we get on with that. And when we get bored with that, we'll jump back into Aseprite and do some more pixel art stuff, I think. Yeah. Because we started on our Umbreon yesterday. And still not entirely happy with the head shape. But once we've got this and start, I think once the body and legs and stuff start coming into proper shading and stuff like that, then it'll feel so much better. It's like these are the ones I do quite like. There's definitely some little changes I want to do, but we're getting there with those. And then I was having a look at maybe just doing like a eyes in the dark kind of thing, but again with that I'm not massively set on it yet. But yeah, we'll come to that later on. To start with, yeah, what we're looking at now is ways to use these scriptable objects to vary the stats of our characters. So eventually, for this game, we're going to have the 5 different values of card and the 4 different suits. And each of those values and suits will affect different stats of the character. So there's just a bit more, just to make there a bit more variety in the game. Yeah, that's what we're looking at today. Hope everyone's having a good week so far. Oh, Zakafir, I hope I pronounced that right. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're well. But yeah, we're pretty much just gonna be kind of chilled out, messing around with Unity. Try and explain things as I go, but most of the time I think it's just going to be just trying to figure out. What's one thing I wanted to look up, which was I'm going to see if I can find a video for scriptable objects that replace enums. Because at the moment what we've got here, yeah, these lists of different values of cards and suits, I think it would be better off in scriptable object format. So yeah, kind of. Here, wait, actually. It's basically, we did our first Ludum Dare in, when was it? It was the start of October. Me and one of my old housemates, and we made this game called King of the Ring, where it's basically, well, the theme of the game jam was every 10 seconds, and we were deciding on a Royal Rumble wrestling kind of game where you have new enemies enter the ring every 10 seconds. So this is like a slightly updated version of what we got to. But the idea is you play as one of the cards in the ring and you've got to clear everyone else out of the ring. And let me just pause the other music for a second. So at the moment there's not loads to it, but it was just a little bit of fun. Like this. And then we got some like power-ups and stuff like that. Where like if you time the slam attack, so like right at the very top of the slam, you get this like extra force one. But yeah, that's pretty much where we were a couple of weeks ago. But I decided that I want to. It was a 72-hour weekend. The actual one, the actual version we got to over the game jam wasn't any good. wasn't anywhere near as complete as that was. Oh shit! This is what we managed to do in the 72 hours. But to be fair, it was both of our first 2D games. Oh, it's way louder. Wait, let me just. I just realised I don't think I've got the audio catcher on, so you're being spared the loud music. But yeah, so it's a little bit less dynamic. There's literally just the throw attack. There's no slam attack, and all the kings are the same color and all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot more work that's gone into it since this, as you saw with the other version. But yeah, it's a good excuse to go and look at other things like scriptable objects and sort out what behavior we were trying to implement. It's always the way, I think, with coming up with ideas for games. It's like, oh, I've got all these amazing features I could put in, and then you, over the 72 hours of the game jam, it's like, okay, I've got to cut that feature, cut that, get rid of all the scope. But yeah, it's been fun. It's the first time using Aseprite. But yeah, definitely keen to continue with some of the pixel art kind of work. Yeah, I feel like that so far. The first game I tried to make was an endless runner, which was like a little 3D one, and it was based around Partygate and Boris Johnson and all that kind of stuff. But it took me too long to get anything out, so he'd already resigned by the time it was in like a state where it would be worth sending out. Yeah, I'm finding Aseprite is amazing. Like, I think I'm getting the hang of. I'm getting used to the shortcuts and stuff like that I've set up. But yeah, for the King of the Ring ones, no, I think that's the wrong. Might be here. Yeah, here we go. So we've got various different characters here. Well, the thing is, I started back in like February of this year. But because I was like brand new to Unity, brand new to Blender, I was just trying to figure out how to do everything. And by the time that I got around to actually having something in a kind of state that's playable, it was just too late already. Actually, I might have a version on here. Let me just check. Yeah. Let's see if it runs. This, I think I got it to like a fairly stable state, but I don't remember the last time I updated this. So doing some like low poly models of Boris. Oh, this is the old. Yeah, this is an older version. There's some more done with this, but it's just your basic like how to make an endless runner tutorial that like followed some of that. I was quite happy with some of the Blender models, but there's a lot to be desired with the state of that game. So do you make games? Sounds like in an indie capacity, or is it working for little company or something a bit bigger than that. Right, what was it? Scriptable objects for enums. Might have a look at this. Oh, nice. Oh, it's Slay This Virus game. That sounds cool. Are you doing it solo, or you working with mates or something like that? Let's see. Might have a look at this video again. These two were really good videos, but there wasn't enough demos for what I'm looking at. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, let's just have a look at all of these. Hopefully we'll find something here. And let's just set this so that we're capturing the audio. Hopefully that picks up the audio there.
In Unity,
Yep.
enums are usually used to represent some sort of data.
Alright, Solo. Good at programming, somewhat questionable when it comes to art. Yeah, that's the problem with doing it solo, is you have to do like everything. Yeah, Aseprite's great.
Now, in our project, we have
And also, I think with like solo games, people are quite forgiving with artwork. If you look at games like Fez and Bubba Is You and all that kind of stuff, it doesn't really matter that the artwork is fairly simple, because people really enjoyed the games for the game design. How long have you been working on yours? Yeah, that's another thing. It's way easier to create a specific look of a game. About a year, nice. Yeah, in 2D, I think it's way easier to come up with a style that's a bit more unique.
the character know what type of weapon is he holding. I will define an enum weapon type, and I have two types, sword and bow. And my weapon script that defines each pickable weapon has this weapon type that it is passing to a weapon manager placed on the.
I'm just gonna like speed through some of this,
If I have another weapon, for example this axe, how can I add it? Well, to add it,
some of these videos just to try and get a better idea.
modify the weapon manager as well, because this is also.
I might put
And if we add another weapon,
this.
I would have to repeat the whole process.
Yeah.
That instead of using enums, what we can do is use scriptable objects, and I want to show you a solution using those. Hi, I'm Peter, and welcome to Sunny Valley Studio Tutorials. Before we start, the assets that I'm using, and I will drag it here somewhere in my scene. I will open this prefab and delete the bow object, and let's add the axe object. Okay, here is our axe. Great, but now I can select my pickable weapon, but I cannot select the axe because the enum doesn't contain it. Okay, no trouble, I can simply edit the weapon script, right? I can add the axe here to our weapon type, and all should be well. Well, let's go back to Unity, and now I can select my pickable weapon, weapon script, and I will select the axe. Now, what happens in our weapon script? Well, our weapon script uses on-trigger enter to detect when our player has collided with it, and it informs weapon manager that is on our player that if the weapon manager exists on the colliding object, we are going to want to equip this weapon type. So, the weapon manager equip weapon type. If I go to this definition, the weapon manager contains the prefabs of our weapon, because since we are passing the enum, we need to from somewhere get the prefab of the weapon, and contains the weapon slot. So in the equip weapon, we are getting this weapon type. We are playing some sound, we are saving the equip weapon as the weapon type. We are creating the game object weapon by selecting weapon type.
Yeah, this is the one thing about scriptable objects I'm finding is there's going to be loads of different ways of implementing them. I just don't know like the best starting point for what I wanted to use it. I think it's just a case of doing lots of research and figuring it all out.
Sort our weapon type with a switch statement, and we are returning this game object to prefab of our weapon, and we are destroying the previously equipped weapon and instantiating the new weapon and assigning it to our player avatar. Now great, but our switch statement now doesn't cover that weapon type. axe. So what can we return here? I would like to return an axe prefab. Now I do not have it in my game objects reference, so I will add the axe here, and now it should all work. Let me save those scripts, let me go back to Unity. As you can see, it was already a lot of work. Now I need to also check if my character animated object has the weapon manager script on it, and if the script contains axe reference, it does. So I'm going to drag it here. So now I can press play. Okay, we are in the game. I can pick up the bow, but I can also pick up now the axe, and now I can check my character animated that equipped weapon is indeed the axe. But if I stop the game, I can define none or nothing in my equipped weapon, so weapon type. So I can always restore the equipped, although my player doesn't have anything. So those little things about enums make working with them difficult for things like those weapons, because every new weapon that we want to add needs to go through the same process of modifying all the scripts in our game. So the problem that we have is adding new weapon is problematic. And what is going on here? Well, the problem overall is that the enum is a wrong tool for the job. Now don't get me wrong, enums are very useful, especially when defining things that does not change. For example, traffic lights only have red, yellow, green, and cardinal directions usually are defined by north, east, south, west. And if we are using encode for each direction in direction enum, so that we select enum direction north, direction east, direction south, direction west, it is much more readable compared if we were using, for example, vector 2, 1001 to represent those same directions. The main difficulty that we have is that every change in our enum requires us to recompile our scripts and modify them. So this why let's consider scriptable objects. If you haven't worked with those, scriptable objects are data container, and they can be created inside Unity Inspector because we can add to them create asset menu, so we can right click and create those scriptable objects. They can store ref fields, so we can define name, for example, or weapon type, or a prefab for our weapon, as well as methods if we need to have some methods. Now, why should we use those scriptable objects instead of our enum? Okay, this is.
I suppose that's something that I've not actually looked at. Is the official documentation about it. Probably a good starting point for what I'm trying to look for. You just learned that you can introduce enums outside a script. Okay. When it comes to scriptable objects, once you've done it once, it's easy to do. Yeah. I feel like it's almost clicking in my head, but I think I just gotta give it a go and just mess around with some code for a little bit. In the editor, you can save data to scriptable objects while editing at runtime. I think the auto mod just removes links. So if you could do it through the whispers option, I think that's the only way that at the moment. When I set up my Twitch account ages ago, I've set somewhere in the chat modding link to auto removed, and I haven't figured out where that is in again. Or if you just tell me what the YouTube channel is, then I can also look that up. That's easier. Right. So really, just making a scriptable object. We don't really need to do the create asset. Ah, right, okay. Thank you. This Bracky's one. Nice.
Often when making a game,
Yeah, I think Bracky's used to be like the go-to, wasn't it? I don't know. Used to be the go-to for anything about Unity, but I'm sure that they've stopped posting now. I think they've like paused the account. Yeah, shame. It's mad. They've got 1.6 million subscribers. Their last video was 2 years ago. Oh. Let's pause Spotify for a second, and let's just
Gee, you need to make a whole bunch of items, each with their own stats and properties. Of course, you could create an item.
What I tend to do is listen at a slightly faster speed, just for like the first listen through, to get the gist of it, and then go back to the bits that I think I need to
So instead, we use
re-listen to.
Scriptable objects are basically just data containers. First, you create a template that defines what information each object should hold, and then you create objects from that template. So in this video, we'll learn how to use scriptable objects by looking at an example, creating cards for Hearthstone. All right, let's go. So here's a simple scene with an empty card. If we have a look at it in the hierarchy, we can see that I have all of these different UI elements. I have a text object for the name, description, mana, attack, and health, as well as an image for the artwork. And I've made sure to mask it out so it fits the card. So let's now create a scriptable object that contains all of this information. To do that, we go to the project, right-click, go create, C# script, and let's call it card. And let's double-click to open it. Now we want to delete both our methods, and this time we don't want to derive from mono behavior, because this script is not going to be sitting on another object. It's more going to act as a template for all of the data that we want to store. To do that, we want to derive from scriptable objects. And now we are ready to define.
Yeah, like as I was learning Unity stuff, I was like, this channel has all of the best tutorials. It's so good. But yeah, I suppose as Unity updates, these are slowly going to get out of date.
We'll call this name. We also want a string with the description of our card. We'll call that description. Then we also want to be able to define the artwork of our card. So this is going to be some kind of image. So we'll create a public sprite. And we'll call it artwork. And then finally, we need the gameplay stuff. So we need a public int with the mana cost, a public int for the attack value, and a public int for the health. And here we have all the information that each card will contain. Notice how we have a green line under the name. That's because by default, any object already has a variable called name. So we could either rename this to say card name, or we could just tell the object to use this definition of name from here on out. To do that, we'll write public new string. And now every time we write card.name, this is what it will use. So if we now save this and go into Unity, not much will happen here. You'll notice that I don't have any cards in the project. If I select the script, it just shows the script here, and for some reason we have a field for the artwork here, but none of the other stuff. Remember, this script is only the template for our cards. So how do we go ahead and create a card from this template? Well, that's exactly what we need to define. Unity makes this really easy with an attribute called create asset menu. We need to always put this right above our class. This will basically tell Unity to make it possible to create this object through the create asset menu, which means every time we right click in the project and go create. So we're basically just adding a new object to this list. And we can define a few things here. We can set the default file name to something like new card, as well as the menu name to something like card. And if you have multiple cards, you can create a submenu by going cards and then slash, and then you can have all the specific cards in here. But we only have one, so we'll stick to card. If we now save this and go into Unity, wait for the editor to compile here, and if we then right click, go create, you can now see that there is indeed a card here. If we press it, it's going to create an object. By default, it says new card. Let's call this one Edwin. Then at the top here, we can set the name to Edwin. We can create a description, the baddest guy in town. Select some artwork. I'm going to open up here. I've already imported a sprite that we can use. Set the mana cost. I'm going to set that to 3. An attack value and a health value. So there we go. We've now created an object that is as simple as can be. All it does is store information about a given card. And we can go ahead and create as many as these as we want. We can right click again, go create card. And this time we could create Tyrion. Again, his name is going to be Tyrion. His description is going to be his light shall burn you. We can select some artwork, a mana cost. Let's set that to 6. An attack value and some health. So now we've defined these two cards. But currently they're just sitting inside of the editor. We need some way of putting these cards into the game. In other words, we need to display them on the UI I've created here. To do that, we need another script. So let's select our card UI here. Let's hit add component. And let's call this one card display. Let's again select C# and hit create an add. And let's open it up in Visual Studio. This time we want to delete our update method, but let's leave our start method in here because it's at the start of the game that we want to set up our card. But in order to do this, we first need a reference to the scriptable object that we want to display. To do that, we'll simply create a public card, and we'll call it card with a non-capital C. And it's actually that easy. Now inside of Unity, we get this empty field where we can take any of our two scriptable objects. I'm going to take Edwin here and drag him in. And now inside of our script, we can access all of the data that we store inside this object. So if we wanted, we could just print out the name of the card by going card.name. If we now save this and play the game, it's going to show Edwin in the console. So that's really cool. In fact, we can also add simple methods to our scriptable objects. We can go in here and create a public void called print. And this method will simply show some of the card's information in the console. So we'll throw a debug.log, and here we'll print the name of the card, followed by a description, so the description on the card, and then we could print, say, the mana cost. So we'll go the card costs, and then the mana cost. So if we save that and go into our card display, we can simply call card.print. And if we save this and hit play, it's going to print Edwin, the baddest guy in town, the card costs 3. Awesome. But we can do better. Instead of just showing this stuff in the console, let's show it on the UI. To do that, instead of printing the card to the console, let's go and reference all of our UI elements. To do that, we need to be using Unity Engine.ui. And now we can create a public text. This is going to be our name text. We can also create a public text description text. Then we need a public image. This is going to be our artwork image. And then a public text mana text, public text tag text, and you guessed it, a health text. Then in Unity, we'll set up these references. So we'll put name into the name text slot, then description. Then the artwork image is under here. So there's the artwork image, the mana text, the tag text, and health text. And now in the start method, we can simply set name text.text equal to card.name and description text.text equal to
Okay.
You can really just continue this way for the artwork image.
I think this is
and set it equal to
like 100% exactly what I was looking for.
mana cost. But remember, mana cost is a number. It's an integer. So we need to convert this to a string. To do that, we simply call .toString. And we do the same thing for the attack and health. And there we go. That should be all of the code that we need. If we now save this.
This is almost like an exact example of what I'm looking for. Thanks for finding this.
If we wanted to show Tyrion instead, we'll simply drag in Tyrion and hit play. And there we go. Our card is now Tyrion. In fact, we can easily copy this card and place them side by side. And let's make one of them Tyrion and the other one Edwin. When we now play the game, we can see our two cards. And right now we're just doing this in the start method. You could easily update this while the game was running because we're just swapping out simple information. And each of these scriptable objects are extremely small. You can see both Edwin and Tyrion. It's only 1 kilobyte. So yeah, scriptable objects are super cool. That's pretty much it for this video. If you enjoyed it, make
Right, okay. So yeah, that's almost exactly what I'm looking for. So I did start on like this kind of idea, but so where the other thing to look at is this. Let me just copy this row. This is going to be, our name is character. I don't think I need a menu name. I'm going to save that for a moment. Yes, yeah, I did see about that on some of the other videos. There's a lot of who are, so this YouTube channel's been quite good. Sam Yam.
Outside the scene and are also persistent, meaning that their values do not change.
She's got some really good tutorials on a lot of the Unity systems in general. So like Cinemachine and the new input system. She's got a lot of good ones on that. Definitely recommend this channel. And then the other one was BMO, which might be here.
Hey, what's up guys? I just wanted to make a quick video on using scriptable objects as enums.
BMO. Yeah, this guy's channel. We'd highly recommend these two if you especially 2D stuff. BMO's got some really useful stuff. He mostly, like a lot of them are just giving like really good demos of some of the old Unity talks. And just like showing you how it works actually in Unity. But yeah, let's have a look at this then. So we've just updated this to allow us to create the asset. So I suppose it's kind of like a prefab. Or maybe we just do a new, let's just do a new folder here. And call this character SOs. So let's say this is like King of Clubs. Right. Gonna do a lot of jumping backwards and forwards there. That's the card.
all card dot print with a non-capital C, and it's actually here. Let's
Here we go. Okay, so rather than getters and setters, we just have public variables available. So public. Oh. Sprite library. Can we do sprite library? Can't do sprite library. What was it called? Okay, let's just do the normal. Some normal variables. Hey, Bloody Agent Games. Yeah, so basically what I've got at the moment in this game that we made was a lot of different, different variations of characters, where we had like the King of Clubs, King of Diamonds, all that kind of stuff. And the way that we did this for the game jam was we have an individual prefab for each character. So let me just drop them in here. So each character has a movement script with various stats for the character, and then there's like an animator with individual animations for each character, and then so there's just a lot of like duplication of assets. So for example, this jump animation here, the King of Clubs, is exactly the same as the Diamonds King of Clubs, King of Diamonds jump animation, but it's just the sprite has been swapped. So I then started looking into using sprite libraries and sprite swapping, and I've just started putting together this new prefab, which now, instead of having like a separate animator for each character, what I can do is I can just go to my sprite libraries, I can drop in the new sprite library asset, and then all of the animations work straight away, and it all uses the same animator, and it uses this sprite resolver to determine what sprites should be displayed on the screen. So I don't have to go through and individually map out and recreate animations for each new character. So we got that kind of working. Yes. So the next step is I want basically any enemy that gets spawned to have this selected character prefab, and just randomly picking from the list of card values and suits to assign that character the specific like stat bonuses for the combination that's selected. So for example, like the king might be slightly slower, but slightly heavier, so it's harder to knock the king out of the ring. And like diamonds could be like a slightly faster suit, and clubs might be able to throw people further and stuff like that. So those will all just be basically just floats that will affect how far or how powerful a character is. But I'm just starting to get my head around what Scriptable objects can do. So at the moment, I've not got it 100% in my head. And I think it's just a case of playing around and seeing if things start making sense. which I think they might do. 'Cause I'm hopeful about that. So let's say, for example, with this King of Clubs, so our character scriptable object, what we were doing before, let's just have a look at some of these variables that we were doing. So like move speed, jump power, throw distance, for example. So they're all just different floats. So I think we can just add it in here. Oh, move speed. And then just create a few of these. Like jump power. Oh, helps if I can type. And throw distance was another one. So I think if we save that and now look at the character scriptable object that we set up, we would now have, hopefully we now have options for those inputs. So really, I think it's going to be, yeah, here we go. So I think the end goal will be like nested scriptable objects in the stat blocks. I'm not sure if I've got... I did start writing down somewhere, but I don't know where I put it now. But basically, the way I want it to build up is there'll be a base character stats block, which will be like the standard movement speed for all characters. And then on top of that, it will be modifiers for card value and the card suit. So really, this eventual character scriptable object will just be a container of 3 modifiers, which will be the base stats, the card value stats, and the card suit stats. And hopefully it'd be quite easy to like mix and match and swap around and do it like that. That's kind of the idea that I'm like heading towards, but see as we go. It's good because when you create your SOs, it feels like you can just adjust one. Yeah. Well, that's hopefully what we're going for. But we'll have to see if things make sense or not. So I'm wondering if... Yeah, I think if we make a new script, which would be like base stat SO. And then we open this up. And really, we just want to do... My naming conventions are all over the place at the moment. So we call this base character. Actually, do we need... Do we need a separate scriptable object for our base and our multipliers? Guess not. I think we just need on our character 3 different inputs, which is... Yeah. But I feel like actually, now that I think about it properly, they're not going to be different. Because both of them are going to be basically storing values for each of the like movement stats and stuff like that. And it's just how we interact with them on the main character that's all that matters. So actually, I don't think we even want this. Let's not have that. Right, and then on our character, yeah, I think here we just have a serialized field, which is type character scriptable object, and this is our like base stats, and then we also have I think we'll also have, let me have a quick look at this one will do. So if we do then a list of scriptable objects, which is going to be stat modifiers, then could we do it this way? I think this is quite, this might actually be quite close to what we want already. So we do something like this, and then at the start we want to let's do a new function here. So set move speed, and then we have a private void set move speed. I don't think we need to even bother about passing in the variables, but I think we just want our movement speed to equal base stats dot move speed times by we need to loop through this is where, having not done any code in Unity for a couple of weeks, I've got to go back and see what our for each loop looks like. Where have we got one? Probably got one in here somewhere. Here we go. Right, so for each modifier in that modifiers, we want to do movement speed multiply equals, so we're timesing the current movement speed by our modifier dot move speed. Right, I think actually that's kind of it. And then if we update it, let's just say if movement speed, I don't want to have to keep it repeating, is not equal to set move speed. Let's also here return float. Return movement speed. And actually we've got to do temp move speed. Actually, that can be equal to our base stats. I just want to do it like this, and then we can here say movement speed equals set movement speed. That way we can test here. We don't need to do all this, but this is just to stop it having to like type out all the time. Right, get rid of this. So what we're basically saying here is, we can get rid of this as well. So when the game starts up, or when this character stats block is run for the first time, we set the movement speed into this public float variable, which we do by looking at the base stat and then applying the modifiers to it. And then if we want to edit the scriptable object in like during runtime, this should confirm that this is not correct. Yeah, during the update method, it will check if the value's changed, and if it has, we change it and we update the movement speed. Now, we're not going to run this through update in the actual like finished version, but this is just so that we can test it while we're playing. So what we need to do, I think we want to simplify it for a moment. So if we go to this scriptable object and we just have a look at move speed, and that's all we're looking at now. Then we'll let that load, and we'll have a little look at what's happened there. So now what we can have a look at is in our character scriptable objects, we don't want something like this King of Clubs. Let's get rid of that. We want to create our base character, or base stats, let's call this. And for the time being, that's just going to be a movement speed of 1. And then we also want to create another one, which we're going to call actually, because we've got hearts on the board already, let's call this hearts modifier. And let's say hearts is a quicker class. So if we give it a speed multiplier of 0.15, and then actually we should just be able to do a load of these, right? So like king modifier. So the king is going to be a slower character. So like he might be 0.6 or something like that. And we could even do something like a speed boost modifier, which is like massive. Let's say like 10. So then on our character controller here, we have our base stats here, and then let's just do those two. So base stats is a value of 1. Hearts modifier is 1.5. So in the console, we should be told that his speed is set to 1.5. Maybe. I assume I'm going to get loads of errors because I haven't actually double checked what's interlocking in all the code at the moment. But maybe. Just 1. Why is it just 1? Well, what we can do is Okay, so it's definitely taking the base stat input. So as we change this to positive and negative values, so we leave this as 0. So why is it not taking this though? Let's say this is a 0.2. Yeah, it's just doing... Did we not put the... No, hearts modifier is the one in there. Okay, let's pause that. Let's see what we've definitely made a mistake in the code somewhere here. Let's log out what the modifier is. Because that should run. I'm assuming that I've got the syntax for the for each statement wrong. Thanks for the follow, Bloody Agent Games. Are you game dev as well? Okay, maybe I shouldn't use var here. I should use character scriptable object. Ah, thank you. Yeah. I mean, when I first started with Unity, I did do the Unity Learn stuff, and I thought that was really good as well. If you are stuck with some tutorials, there's loads of good stuff there. But yeah, thanks for dropping by. Hope to see you again soon. Don't know if that's going to make a difference here. But hopefully, let's see if we get our 0.4 value. Cheers. Have a good day. Right, so our base stat 0.2, hearts modifier is a doubler. Let's restart the play mode because sometimes it doesn't always reload the scripts properly. It is finding the hearts modifier, but it's not doing the multiplication. Which tells me that this is not the right way to access this modifier, right? Oh, it's because I didn't. It's because I put that temp in. There we go. This will work now. I put a temp variable in so that I could test this, and I forgot to update this line. So it was just setting the movement speed, and then when it returned the temp movement speed, which wasn't affected by this for each loop at all. It was returning that temp move speed into the movement speed float, so this line gets ignored completely. So now that that's the temp variable, it should correctly update. And now it's going to be really fast because I put that too high. It's going to zip across the screen here. That looks better. So we slow down with this. Can even go backwards. Yes. I think we've got something working well here. King modifier we're not doing. Let's use this. So put him back into his right position there. And now if we look at our character class here, and we add in our King's modifier to this stat block, and the speed boost modifier. Right, let's do some simple maths here, right? So we're going to do the base stat as being movement speed of 1. Then this modifier will be a doubler. This one will do like 0.4, no, 0.5. So they'll cancel each other out. And then our speed boost modifier will do like a 3. So what it should come back with is, when we set this to 1, our hearts modifier will double it to 2, our king modifier will halve that back to 1, and our speed boost modifier will triple it to 3. So we're looking for a speed value of 3. They're all in there, yep. So when we set this to 1, we pause it. Why is it not changing why is it not logging out the value? Okay, we've got too many. Let's get rid of that. I think that looks roughly about the speed of 3. Right, -1 should be -3. Yep. Nice. Okay. Right, I think that's exactly what I needed for how this is going to work. So what we want to do now is parcel this up into like a more modular version of it. And then we just have to look at how we set all of the individual values. So I think on that note, I'm just going to do a quick 5-minute break and get myself a coffee. So feel free to get up, stretch around, and I'll be back in just a minute. Let me just put that on and that on. Cool, back in a sec. Right, we're back. Let's get rid of that timer. Let's get rid of the be right back message. Okay. Actually quite happy with how it's gone. So I think really the next idea is to look at here. So this character stats component is this thing. So rather than a public float movement speed that's available for other classes to use, what I'm thinking of is we have something here like a public float. No, so public character scriptable object of like final, like modified stats. Because if we're then taking in, we're taking in base stats, we're taking in stat modifiers, and we're outputting modified stats, then we can hopefully loop through each of the properties of the scriptable object. To create the base stats and the modified values. And then in our controller script, we can get all of our values off of character stats dot modified stats. I mean, really, we don't even need this, do we? When we're saying get component and character stats, all we really want is a modified version of scriptable object. Oh god. Trying to visualize this in my brain. Trying to clarify what I'm looking at. Let's just have a little think of this. Right, so the thing I need to determine is, can I loop through properties of the scriptable object? So Unity loop through properties of this might not be, like my background is in web development, so this might not be the right frame, like the right way to frame this question about Unity code or C# code. But this is how I'd imagine it in JavaScript. I think the second one looks more like what we're asking. Maybe. I have a philosophy when it comes to coding. Make something that's functional first, even though it looks ugly, and then tidy it up and make it look better. Yeah, I do get that. I think, I don't know. I tend to have a generic look at things first, and then try and trim down from there. But yeah, your way is definitely the way that most people say that's the better way of doing it, is just get something down that works and then figure out why it works and get rid of the stuff that isn't needed. So yeah, let's have a little look at that. So what we're saying here is we want a set stats function. So private void, because we're not returning anything, set stats. And in this, we want a for each loop. So for each, let's say float, stat in base stats. Can I iterate through like this? No, it doesn't like that. I had to define an enumerator on the... I'm not sure I want to get into that. That's a whole nother can of worms to look into. Yeah, I don't want to have to make an enumerator. Yeah. Iterate over public variables, public properties, C#. That's basically what we're looking for. Ah, okay. Can we do something like this? So it was like type of... Wait, let's just copy it. Let's copy both of those. Wait, let's hold off on that a second. Oh, thanks for the sub, Game Dev and Code. Welcome in. Or if you're in Twitch already, then welcome to YouTube as well. This is the problem with multi-streaming. Don't know which platform people are on. Actually, thanks for the sub. Right. So really we want to look at Unity specifically rather than C#. I think we'll have different namespaces and functions available. This is one we just looked at this, didn't we? Again, this is not quite what I'm looking for. Get type get fields. I feel like this is because this is Unity script rather than the C# script that I'm using. It's slightly different. Not quite what I'm looking for. I think I'm going down the wrong route here. I might just not worry too much about this. I think like you're saying, maybe just doing it all manually for the variables I need at the moment, and then we'll figure out how to optimize it later. But I just want to have a quick look. Yeah, this is the other option, is serialization. So I think serialization will allow us to convert our class into like a JSON object, and then it's easy to iterate over that. But yeah, let's ignore, I think that's a rabbit hole that I can save for a later time. So we are instead going to say, instead of this for each loop, we're going to say modified stats dot move speed equals set move speed. No, modified stats. Right, then we don't need this. And this isn't advanced. Let's just call this a float. Let's do the typing properly. And then we're just going to do the same for, let's say the next one is jump power. And in our scriptable object, let's enable the jump power. So jump power, and then we'll call this temp jump power. There we go. And then we just have another line here, which just says jump power equals jump power. Now, yeah, this is just screaming out to me that you can easily make this a reusable function, but I need to figure out how I would access the correct property on each. So that's correct. These now disappear. So we set stats for each of our for each of our stats. We have a look here. And then rather than this float movement speed, so this is now modified stats movement speed. And also let's log out the jump power. Oh no, it's not going to run because that's after the return. Jump power. So this is jump power. And here we got our move speed. Oop, move speed. Like that. There we go. Okay, so we haven't actually got the move speed hooked up yet. Sorry, the jump power hooked up yet. But what we want to do here is we're no longer looking for a character stat. We kind of are. But this isn't of type character stats anymore. This is of type character scriptable object. How's it gonna know? Oh no, sorry, it still is character stats. Ignore me with that. I was going to say, how am I going to apply the combined scriptable object to the game object? I don't need to do that. It just needs to be, this is now this is the public modified stats. This is what we need to look at. Got modified stats? No. Because I know that I could just do, I think I can just do dot modified stats here, right? Dot move speed. But it would be nicer if yeah, you know what? I think I was correct actually. I was correct in changing it. Right. We want to say this is the character stats. And then can I not do I can do that, yes. Cool. Right, don't need that anymore because that was working. We don't need these extra logs here. Right, so now we have to put the character stats script on the character. Kind of feel like this. There should be something that works here. my brain is telling me that the the code should work, but I just need to see what it looks like in the inspector first because I'm not getting my head around where the variables are being assigned here. So let's look at our character. So not on here, on our actual character here. And actually, let's look in the prefab because we don't want to override things too much. I wonder if this will automatically find something. Okay, so let's say our base stat. And for this one, we've got hearts and king modifiers. And that's it for the moment. So has this updated correctly? No. Can I reset the component? There we go. Wait. So our prefab here has these on it. The selected character prefab should also have the same. Yes. Why does this not have the same? Let's remove the selected character and reapply it. No, onto the player. There we go. Okay. Right, and then in our character scriptable objects, let's set our base power, base jump power to 2, modifier of 2, for example, and then the king can be like 6, because the jump power is not tied to anything, so it doesn't matter if these are bigger values. Right, then when we run this, hopefully in the editor here, in the console, you should see a value of 24 coming out for the jump power. Right, it doesn't like that. Can I create a new scriptable object that's just held in memory? I think I can. So we do modified stats equals new character scriptable object. No? Why is it not like that? feel like I need to initialize some values there, but maybe not. How have I done this before? Yeah, so like here we maybe that'll just implement. I'm hoping this is going to implement a new stat block in memory for the character. But we'll see. So let's rerun this. No, it doesn't like that either. Come on, show me where. I wonder if it's because we're doing this on awake. And it might not have run start at that point. Let's have a quick, like, this is a horrible way to do it, but we can just test using this. So on the fixed update, it should be able to find this instantiated version of the scriptable object, I hope. And actually we shouldn't have to reload game mode, because that should be running in fixed update, and that's all that we've changed. So it should run every frame. So now we could pause. Yes, okay. But our jump can't be updated because it only updates in start. So let's have just another look here. Okay, thank you. It's always good when the error code tells you exactly what you need to do. Create instance. Oh, right. Not that way. We do this. Does it have to be a string? Has to be a string? No. Creates an instance of a scriptable object. Cannot implicitly convert scriptable object to character scriptable object. Right, a little quick Google. Create instance scriptable object. great if to show examples. Right, okay. I think we just need as scriptable object, as character scriptable object here. Right, let's rerun this. And hopefully we see a jump power. What did we say it was? It was, I think it was 2, 2, and 6. So we should see jump power 24. Two, 2, and 6 should have been. So what will be missed in our code? Why are we getting jump power 0? Set jump power. What if I set jump power? Because we haven't applied it there yet. Right, let's just pop it here for the moment. Because we hadn't assigned the value to this property within this function, we were just returning the 0 that it started at. Right. So I think it was working. I think we just had the log in the wrong place in the code. So we're going to close and rerun this. Come on, console, show me 24. Assuming my maths is correct as well. Go. 24, yes. Right, okay, so that works. Now the question is, do we want to instantiate a new scriptable object for every new character that we create? When in theory, every character, like, because we've got 5 different suits and we've got 4 different, no, sorry, 5 different values of card and 4 different options for suit. So we could really look at just having, what is that, there's 20 different combinations of scriptable objects. Because I imagine in a run of people playing, you'd be up against more than 20 enemies over the course of the run. I suppose it depends on the garbage collection. How do I ensure that this scriptable object here is correctly disposed of? I think that's a to-do. Let's leave a little to-do message here. Is it all going to be one word? There we go. Look into the garbage collection, or when the game object is destroyed. I don't want to leave a memory leak here. It might just be automatically done, but it's always worth double checking that. Okay, so now we've got move, speed, and jump power, which is all set here. So I think now what we want to start doing is looking into I mean, it might just be a case of like going a bit overboard, but I do notice on my setup, like even simple games, like I've started playing Dome Keeper, which is this like 2D mining and defending game that was it's come out quite recently. And on the larger versions of the map, even though it's all just 2D, yes, it's good fun, but on the largest version of the map, even though there's not really much on it, I've noticed that I get frame drops. And I don't know, it's just because like I've got something set up incorrectly in the way it runs. But I'd imagine with a game like that, there shouldn't be a lot of performance issues. And normally it's completely fine. And most of the map sizes are fine. But on like the biggest map version, once you've like explored most of the map area, there's definitely a noticeable frame drop. So I'm just always, it doesn't look CPU intensive at all. But especially with some of these games coming out, like the new Pokemon, that everyone is saying gameplay wise is really fun, but performance wise apparently it's just been terrible. Like people getting 5 frames per second on, and I know the Switch hardware isn't that powerful, and maybe it's that, but for what the game looks like, there shouldn't be that much usage. And I'm wondering if it's just simple things like they haven't properly considered garbage collection and all that kind of stuff. I think I'm just more conscious of it because I know that it's a gap in my knowledge and I don't really know how it works. So I'm just like, oh, okay, I need to make sure this doesn't break. Because I know how annoying it is to be playing games and for it to be like, all I've done is been playing it for an hour and it's running way worse now than it was before. And that, in my mind, is like, okay, memory leaks. It's got to be something to do with memory leaks. But yeah, I think considering at the moment our scriptable object is 2 float values, and that's it. Even if we had like thousands of these, it should be completely fine. There's no computational power here. It's just holding a value as a float. That's like the smallest drain on memory resources. So, what's the next thing I want to do here? I want to be able to assign these modifiers based on this drop down. I think that's the next. Okay, wait. There's 2 different challenges now. There's that which is making this drop down available out of so we'd need to make some more scriptable objects that we'd assign this list to, and then at runtime I can select these setups. What one was on? Was on spades. Let's revert these. So that's one part of the code I need to do. And then the other part is having a look at our character controller in more detail. Because this original movement script that we were using before is a bit of a mess. And the whole reason I'm going down this scriptable object route is because I wanted to tidy all of this up completely. So one of those two options for what to do next. I think I might start looking into this. So really it's a case of modifying our character controller, right? I'm wondering if it's worth moving all of the old scripts into like an archive folder so that I don't get confused with what's happening where. But basically what I'm now thinking is we have this player controller script, which is what we were using before, which based on the inputs of the player. Oh, it's not even here, is it? Where is it? It's an input manager. Where's our input map, maybe? Yeah. So this input map is saying, based on the inputs from the player, we call various functions out of our player movement script. But what I'm thinking is really this should be built, instead of off the mono behavior, should be built off the character controller. And then the character controller should have protected functions like we've got here in our rigid movement that we can call to affect the character. So it'll be this kind of setup. So you've got a player input map on top of a character controller class, which is itself on top of the rigid body movement, and the rigid body movement does the actual physics. So this will do the physics. This would give us the functions to set values for the physics to use. And then on top of the controller, you have your input map, which chooses which of those functions to run at what point. Because we'll have the player input map doing the control of the character controller for the player character, and the enemy controller script would be that layer on top of the character controller, but is run by I'm not going to say an AI, but it is like a decision script to choose which functions to run. I think. I think that's what we're looking at. Let's have a quick look on Figma. Let's do a new... I think it'll be easier to map this out on some like visual scripting option here. So let's do a box here. Actually, can I just do text with the background? That might be easier. So we have our rigid body script. Let's behavior. And let's make this Queen quick 5. Just to keep it, make it look a little bit more interesting. We got our 008877. We'll stick with our standard colours. Oh, way too big. 24. Do 200% there. Right. No. This. We've got an extra line after. Yeah, we do. Cool. And then can we put a background on the text? I will leave it like that for the moment. So then we have our character controller class that sits on top of that. And then on top of that, we either have our player controller. So this will be our enemy controller. And this is our player inputs. Cool. Okay. So this is the kind of structure. Where's our line? Let's do arrows. No. Duplicate this. So this will be hopefully the kind of structure. No, minus 90. So this character controller. Oh, we got to the end of that playlist. I think we have. Let me just find something else. What would be a nice one to put on? Super low firewalls. That sounds good. Let's go with that. Maybe. I'm not sold on this. I'm going to jump back over to Stream Beats. Because I know I like this music. Okay, so... I'm going to make these a bit smaller. So our character controller needs methods like jump, move, grab, slam. Let's put them there. And the way that we're doing our rigid body behavior, we're doing like an impulse and a velocity, and that's it. So both of these, the enemy controller and the player inputs, will need like a set direction. Let's move these apart. Then like our jump inputs, grab input, maybe this like a setup like this. Let's see, I did make some notes ages ago about what I wanted to do with this, but let's see if I can find them somewhere. Yeah, I think let's work with this for the moment. We'll probably develop this as we realise what we actually need. So I think we've got this rigid body mono behavior set up. So we can apply a force, which is that impulse, and we can set the velocity, which is the movement. And then in our character controller here, so really, rather than this set velocity being the default, I wonder if we create a new one of these. Really cool stream, man. Gotta head out. Okay, yeah. Thanks for dropping by. I hope it's, yeah, glad to hear it's been interesting. I feel like it's difficult with some of these streams where you have to go and do research, because a lot of the time trying to figure out in your head and also talk about it at the same time is quite difficult. But glad to hear it's been interesting, and I hope to see you in the future. And yeah, have a great day. Thanks for dropping by and chatting. And also for the recommendation of this video. This has really helped me clarify what I was thinking about. Cheers, see you soon. Right, so I think let's just make this a bit clearer. We don't need this open. I think we're going to do a new input map. Can we call it player controller, or do we already have a player controller? I think most of these could just dump them into a folder, just archive. Because we're gonna be redoing a lot of this, so let's just call this old player controller for the moment, and we'll dump that into the archive. And also we need to do, we don't want this at the top of the folder structure, so let's dump it down there. Okay. So now let's make a new script for player controller. And we'll open that up. And we want this to extend our character controller. We've already got a player controller, which is here in this one. Can we do this? We can do this. see that for the moment. We're gonna overwrite all of this stuff anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. Cool. Right, close that. Save, close that. Close that one. Sure. Right, we're going to close you. I think we want to look at this old player controller for the moment. No, this is killing off the player. That's not what we want. We want to look at the input map. Right, don't care about this. Need the Unity input system on this. And we want to get rid of this. And we're just gonna comment out all of that for the moment. So all we want to do is to be able to put our left and right inputs across through to the character controller and use that to set our movement speed. I think we might be coming up to another break pretty soon. Need to just clear my head slightly. Might go for a little walk around outside, get some fresh air. And when I'm trying new stuff, it's always difficult to keep focused. Right, so what we want here is similar to what we've got. So if we do something like a protected void set direction. And what we want is to be looking at our old movement script on the side here. No, don't want a breakpoint there. And where we do our set direction, so we want to take a float, no, just a normal float input, not float variable input. And we're going to use a lot of the similar code. We don't care about this update character direction though just yet. Let's just do current move direction equals move direction. So if we now have a private float current velocity, let's call this velocity, and we're going to set our velocity to that. And what we do here is say our current velocity is move direction times by character stats dot move speed. So you save this. Oh, I accidentally closed it. Character controller, wasn't it? Yeah. So now what we should be able to do is, in our player controller, is we should be able to call that function, which was move character, maybe? What do we call it? Set direction. I think really, let's call it move character. And then in here, we can say move character to based on our current move direction. And let's we get rid of all this. I don't think we need to. I think we just assign the player controller. Let's just see if it rebuilds all the scripts correctly. Let's see where we are. Right, no errors in the console at least. That's a good start. Right, I think if we apply this player controller script here, what's this one? Slam. But I think that's wrong, actually. So if I pull that into there, we have a look at player controller on move input here. Then in this instance, hopefully, we should be able to control our character left and right. I think once we've got that working, that's going to be a good stopping point for a quick break, or a slightly longer break, because let's go for a little wander around. Didn't quite like that. Okay. So I think it didn't like it because we've actually got loads of stuff in here assigned. So let's remove all of these. We're not doing jump, we're not doing snap, we're not doing grab, we're not doing pause. So it should just be passing in our movement across. Ah, but it doesn't know. It doesn't know where this character controller is, does it? So these are all private fields here. So what I need to do is tell it to go down to find this script down here. I think we don't even need this character controller script anymore. So I think the player script here will drag this in. What does the character stats reference? I think this is where it gets tricky. So this rigid body just finds the component on this, which is implemented by the character controller script, which in turn is implemented by the player controller script for the player. So really what I need to do is find this object on the game object that we're on. So I'm sure there was some code like find find component in child's, get component in children. I think if we do that now, surely the rigid body is going to be tricky to find. I think this should be in children as well. which isn't the nice thing. It's a bit messy having to like navigate down into all the child subclasses. But I do think that we now remove this component. And also I do think that this character stat should be on the selected character. Character has rigid body here. Selected character has the stats, and the player has the controller. Maybe. Because these stat modifiers will be affected by the selector here. That looks correct. And we've got movement left and right. And where's our scriptable objects? Let's say, what character are we using? We're using the King's modifier at the moment. So if we go to the King modifier and set our movement speed to like 10 here. Now we've got much faster. Oh, that's brilliant. Right. Let's save that. We're in a good position there. This is all correct. And with that, we're going to do a bit of a longer break. Go and get some, like a walk around the block. I reckon something like probably a little like half-hour break. But we will be back. Might be back before that. But we're going to jump back onto the other stream, the other card. And like this. And we're going to set our timer to is that the right timer? Yep. Okay. I'm going to be back in a bit then. Just going to again get a little bit of fresh air, clear my head, and then we'll be back to doing some more of this. Right. See you in a bit. Right, we are back. Almost perfect at the time. I need to have a little overlay to notify about that, I think. So we can jump back over to here. And we're going to continue on here with our character. So we've got our movement left and right working. And actually that was very painless, to be fair. So again, we've got a few options here of what to do. We can either continue with this and implement the jump. Or we can look at creating the new enemy controller class. Or we can update this character selector. I think I might want to do the character selector. So we might add here a public string character name. Which the character controller can completely ignore. It doesn't really care about that. The character stats can completely ignore it. Doesn't care about that. So I think actually iterating over selecting which stats to create is important. Rather than just, if we iterated over all the properties, then that would also try and do it on things like the name. So now, I think here, for our character selector, we want a serialized field, which needs the square brackets, isn't it? Yeah. And then this is character scriptable object. We're going to call this one suits. And it's going to be an array of these. And we're also going to have our values. Now we might have to go and have a look at this again. What are we looking at here? I feel like we saw an example in one of these talks.
Jason here. Today I'm going to show you 3 ways that you can use scriptable objects to save yourself time and avoid frustration when building your Unity projects. If you're not using scriptable objects already, definitely hang around. You should be using them. When I poll my audience, I see that about 40% of people are using scriptable objects all of the time. So if you are one of those people, by the way, who use scriptable objects all the time, before I tell you the 3 ways that I'm going to share, please drop a comment down below and let me know what you use scriptable objects for. Maybe there's something that I missed or something that we can have a discussion about in the comments below. Let's start real quick with a list of 3 different uses of scriptable objects, and I think they're the most common. These are the ones that we're going to cover today, and the ones that I found myself using most often and other developers using in just about every data or storing state, something that you'll need to do if you have a multi-level game where you're not staying in a single scene. One way to do it. The second item that we'll cover is actually creating things like items, or using scriptable objects to create content data. This can be anything from quests to items, or even maybe crafting recipes like a Teach My Game architecture course. And the third item we'll talk about, something I also covered in this course, is event messaging, or using scriptable objects to send messages around and clean up your code a bit. This also comes in really handy if you're working with designers, so if you're on a small team, make sure that you hang around for that part.
Okay, we wanna have a look at those as well in a bit. I feel like it was the other talks though. Where are they? Have I saved them somewhere? No. Okay, we'll come back to those. So let's come back to this because I feel like we need to do a bit of research around that idea. I think we're going to do some more on the movement here. Either that or we could go and do some more sprite work. I know, let's try and get a base of this done. So we are going to need this character control enabled. That's definitely going to have to exist here. So private bool, character control enabled. Yes, I know that. Should be default to true. And then we wrap this in this if statement. Actually, we shouldn't set it here. We should do this in awake. I'm not sure we want to do this rotate character and stuff like that. I think that's more for the animator and the sprite. So I think that should be separate from this movement. And I think we want to go into, sorry, we're going to swap over to focus mode. Where's going to be best to put that? There should be alright. So some of these variables we are going to need. This stuff, no. This should all be... on those scriptable objects. So should these. So should these. Mostly. We're going to need this. See, the way I kind of want to set this up is a generic character controller that I'll then be able to import into any future games as well without having to really do much setup. So I think the way this is set up now is basically if I put this player controller script or even the character controller script, if I dump it on an object that has a rigid body, then most things should work. I might need this character stats, but again, that's quite useful in multiple games as well. I think we might come back to this. I think we've got a good stopping point here in terms of the Unity side of things. So actually, rather than this, we're going to swap over to some pixel art stuff on Aseprite. So let's let this compile and then we'll close down Unity. Yeah, we'll close that. You can close Unity Hub. And yeah. So we want to continue with our Umbreon. So I think if we shift it over like this, then we can get some of these reference images up on the side. There we go. Clear that. Right, then just going to set up 1 second. Okay, right. Where do we get to? We want to... Okay, we're going to stick with this head design for the moment. I would quite like actually to maybe open up his mouth a little bit more. Not like that though. Maybe we gotta, oh, not that. Bring that down. We've gotta come across a little bit more. Can't see that at all. Might be better. There we do like a that look like teeth at all? Probably not. That's a little bit better actually. Let's just hide the body for the moment. Actually, hide everything but the head. Can this work as a... work. Or could we find some shade in between? So this one. I think that kind of works. I'm undecided yet which one I prefer. Right, let's have a look at this body next. So I think we want a combination of this kind of turning around looking. I think we want it more sat up rather than what we've got here. So let's get a few brushes going. Let's go with our slightly lighter shade. And I think for this leg, what we're going to do, we're going to go, I think we want to get rid of that. We go more upright. think actually straight there. And actually it's going to be behind the body. No. You want to be... Wonder if I can just like shrink the head just a little bit. It helps if I've got the right layer selected. Still undecided about which head I like better. Where does he feel like he's a bit monkey-like? I think it's the tail, isn't it? I would do this. Then we do like proper shading on it. Kind of. Oh, I've lost the I think we want to shrink the body. Right, let's make a new frame. So come back to that. No, definitely not shrink the body. Maybe it's lengthen the body then. So why does this look like a ferret rather than a fox? Or like a dog? Might be the joints on the arms. Yeah, that might be it. Also, the pause is probably what's messing up a lot of this. How do we want these pause to be? That's a bit better. That's it. We need a bit more up here. Let's jump into some other music here. back to this nice old get out stuff. That's better. I'm actually not too... I don't feel like this needs a lot of editing in terms of shapes now. Which is surprising, because there was definitely a lot to do. I mean, this foot shape's still wrong, but... Why can I not increase? I can increase the brush. Why was that not working before? Ah, I'm on the wrong layer. I think we need clearer joints. Mostly straight back, and then this one actually needs to be like a longer joint. Doesn't look right. I think that'll look okay as the back foot. This front foot needs a different angle. Let's get new page open. Drawing dog legs. So let's swoop back straight down. Wolf leg. So really, I think it's curve and straight. Maybe what might be better is let's put this the right way up first. So now we can see the difference in the anatomy. Maybe. Right, that looks a lot better. I would quite like to rotate it, but I think that's going to ruin it. What happens if we expand it a bit? We're obviously going to have to tidy it up, but got a rough idea. That does look a bit better. Yeah, that's way better. We've got to figure out where we want our light source to be as well, because at the moment it's a bit mixed. White. I'm not sure I like the new body shape. Let's go back a bit before I start messing with the body. Alright, let's save that, go on to the next frame. Now we can mess around with it a little bit. Right, I think I quite like this design at the moment. The next thing is to start looking at colours, so let's get another new frame. Right, so towards the back of the tail, there's like a stripe across it. Let's do a band like here. That looks alright. I feel like the light is more this side, so alright. Now, this is going to be where the difficult bit comes. We're going to have to try and change all these colours. So we're going to lose a lot of definition, I think. Because that just gets like lost in it now. Hmm. Also got to remember, I've got to get a yellow circle around here. Crazy big. It's definitely getting there, but it's still not a fan of structure bit of it. It might just be the color combos, or it might be the. I think it might be the head placement as well. See, that kind of scale, it's not too bad. I think it's also the tail, isn't it? I do need to figure out where we're going to do our, what direction we're doing our shading from as well, so. You know what might help? If let's turn the, I mean maybe this head is better actually. I think I prefer this one. Let's put these back to just like, actually, I'm forgetting to change layers. Right. I'm going to select you. I'm going to do lighter. And then we're going to select you, and we're going to just do lighter all the way around. We'll do the shading after. Right, I don't like the pink. I think that's the next bit that I've got to change. Right, what we're going to do, turn off the two heads. I love how that looks like a bloody stump because of the old colours that look behind. Okay, let's override those. You know, quite horrify people that much. Right, now select all. Actually, let's have the head on as well. Put it in the middle. Then we're going to do, oh no, not that. Not open. Outline. I think the next thing we want to do is take this We're going to bunch this up too. Well, we could just do a bigger one there, actually. Right, now the lighting's all off, so that's the next thing. I think I might let this ring up as well. Painted on the wrong surface. That's alright though. Right, let's see how badly have I painted over other bits. That's just the head still. That is just the leg. That needs a bit of work. And body needs a bit of touch up here. Hey Drexel. How often are you going to change your name? I swear. You're no longer... What was it? Simping for some Twitch channel, wasn't it? Every 2 months. Okay, I'll try and keep track. How you doing? We've made some progress with this, but I'm still not entirely happy with it. Like I say, it's we're hunting for that 1,000, no, that 10,000th and one line that's gonna fix it. Huge bowl of fruit and a type of cream. Mmm. Problem is when like body parts are hidden behind other body parts, you can't tell which bits you haven't properly recolored. So yeah, the tail, I think the tail is the thing that needs the most work. I think I might even just redraw it. So I'm not sure I like that angle. Actually, that's fine. Right, yeah, we had 2 different head options. I've got like a slightly more aggressive one. And then I think the tail feels like too monkey-like. That's the issue. No. Still collaborative work, isn't it? I mean, I do quite like it like that now. Just the, yeah, let's get rid of the tail for the moment. Cool. And sort that out. Yeah, because like, I mean, if it goes all the way down, it's like much more like a bulldog kind of. But this adds a bit more like status to it, I think. I need to figure out what colour schemes we're going to do with it as well. These are more like holding colours. Because they get lost, it gets lost too easily. I don't know which head I like more. Yeah, I think I agree with you. Yeah, the teeth is a nightmare. I've gone backwards and forwards with these teeth. Like, maybe it's just that. No, still that tooth feels wrong, doesn't it? I think actually that is a little bit better with that tooth hidden a bit more. I'm also not sure if it's the ears that are affecting, so I might do this and see. I think what's happened here is this ear going up more has changed the shape of this bit of the head as well, and that's why it feels so wrong with the ears like that. So the ring feels like it's in the wrong place, and this like top of the head feels like it's off. Can I do? What if we bring this layer on top? No, I think I'm going to go with the closed. Yeah, closed. Closed it is. Right, let's take away all the highlights for the moment. Because I want to figure out where our light source is going to be. Thinking the teeth need to be more symmetric. Yeah, the awkward thing is the angle that the head is rotated in. I think like basically if I try and put like one tooth in, there's the only way to do it symmetric is you could do like a line like that, which also could work, and not have any like big fang teeth. Yeah. I think say the same kind of thing. Oh, where is it? Why is it locked? So you could do something like I think you'd just get rid of these teeth entirely this side. It's so like I couldn't figure out a way to get that. It's like a one longer fang. That's not too bad. No, I think it needs a lighter. Oh, oops, we're on the wrong layer with this bit. Yeah. I think this is better than what it was, actually. Do we go back to this? Oh, we've got both of them showing on here. This one, layer 2. Right, just on this. I mean, really, I think the way that would work is doing an animation. So if you had it revealing the teeth a bit more, then you can play around with the shapes a bit more. But just a still image, you can't really have the same flexibility. Basically, because as you animate things, there's a lot more freedom in like doing different expressions because it's only like one frame that looks weird, but with the context of other frames to show you where he's looking or where the teeth comes from. At least that's the kind of understanding that I think I'm getting from that. See that? The problem we've got with this is I don't know if it feels some kind of snarl. I think, yeah, I'm going to stick with this one for the moment. Let's bring that head in a little bit more. Nice. Also, this shape is wrong, but I'm going to fix that in a bit. I think as other bits. Yeah, yeah. I understand. Well, the thing is, I thought it's going to be something to continue on with the other styles, that it'll give it a bit more uniqueness in the sprites. Right, so what are we going to do with this tail? I'm tempted just to restart it. And let's start with this green colour. Right, so what pose could it do? You could do like a... No. I want something that doesn't feel... less cattail and more puppy in the centre. Yeah, I think the issue I was having was it felt very like a monkey tail. But I think, like you're saying, if we make it like foxtail, yeah, that looks a little bit better. Let me just see. Where can I open that? There we go. Ah, yes. Problem is, that kind of... No, it's good, it's good. The problem I see with this is it's going to be really difficult to do, like, individual fur. Don't know. Wait, how would I do that? I imagine what you do is like speckle in like do some jagged bits. And then you just got to give like an indication of like lots of noise in the tail, which this might be working. I do also still want to have the outline, which is going to make it tricky. I think you need like some interference in between as well. Like the colours. So you'd have some like dark bits and some light bits. Yeah, I quite like this actually. I don't know. We'll see what it comes out like first. I feel like it's moving in the right direction, but It does. Yeah, I think there's something here to make this look nice. And I do feel like that more messed up. Because like when you zoom out a little bit, that has the exact texture I think that would look good. Depends on how large the sprite looks. And really, with that squirrel image, you've got like a dark streak running through the tail as well. So I wonder if we can like mimic that with some slightly darker color, or like even just this corner color that we've got, this edge color. We need more green on the underside as well. It's difficult to get like little lines that don't end up being like dead straight. So I want an angle here because there's not enough pixels. Comes out pretty flat line. And the other thing to consider is we're going to have to add the ring around the tail as well, somehow into this. I do like what this has come out as though. More oval shape. Yeah, so a bit more like the actual character does. I think if we apply this into the rest of the body as well, that will help with the overall design. So how do we taper this in without like... completely ruining the shape? It's all about just taking like little tiny bits off at a time. I think the trick is just to keep doing like really tiny edits at a time, and if it makes it look worse, just undo it. And then this needs to come in a little bit. And then we just need to mess it up again a little bit on these edges. Sorry. The thickness of the root is really growing. Yeah. We can't become too far out here now. I do quite enjoy sketching. I've done some like pencil sketches before, but pixel art stuff, this is like the first. I mean, you can see the progress if you look at the original Blast Us attempt. wherever it is. Where is it? Is it in here? No, not in here. I might have got rid of it now, actually. Let's see if I can find it. Where's our Pokemon? Yeah. this guy. But that was only like a couple of weeks ago, so. I have watched a lot of trained by secret monks for decades. I have watched a lot of YouTube, and I would attribute that to being like why well, I've got some idea of like what to look for. Right, how are we gonna get this ring of yellow into this? I feel like we just got to go for it, right? Actually, let's save it. We'll make a new frame. So we've got everything on this frame, and now we can edit on here. So I feel like we've got to do something along the lines of this. Keep it a bit messy. Or actually, we do it more so. Actually, I think we do it more solid, and then we break into it again. Kind of. I think it's also a lot with pixel art. It's just about patience. Like, if I spend like 3 hours working on 10 different pixels, eventually I'm going to get something that looks good. So I think where the real skill difference comes is like people who can, in like a short amount of time, know why this looks wrong and know what to correct for. So we keep this like darker patch running through as well. Yeah. Right, I think we tidy this up a little bit here. That's actually starting to... It's starting to form. It's starting to... Yeah, I'm really liking this. This is way better. Thanks for the suggestion. Like... If we give it a hard edge on the bottom a bit more. But again, it's something that, like, while I'm starting out, it's worth even just trying it as a like a little training exercise. Because even if it doesn't work out, all I have to do is go back to this frame and be like, okay, here's our old tail. So you're never really going to lose out too much, just a bit of time. The thing is, I do quite want to have an outline around all of it, so I don't know if this is going to ruin it though. So let's just see what it comes out like if we do a rough outline like this. it's just nicer with the outline. It makes it a lot easier to have on different color backgrounds. So that's the main reason I want to add this. I think this needs more shading on the bottom. Just have it dark. It's just, yeah, just take some time. Now this is the bit where it's going to take forever, because I'm just going to go in and do like individual pixel changes. It's gonna, okay, what next? What next? I'm really liking that change though. That looks really good. Ah yes, yeah. This needs a little bit more to connect it all up. I also feel like it needs a bit more of the dark colour in it as well, just to give it a bit more variation. I think that's come over a bit too far, so let's get something like that. Yeah, that's much better. Like it could only be half coloured. I think that works quite well. Now what I'm not sure about is if you look at the Umbreon here, like in the actual design, there's always like, oh, I thought there was, maybe I'm wrong. I thought there's always like a darker line around it. So the band, the like gold band has a hard edge. But I don't know if that's going to work here. I feel like if I did try and do like a bit more like this, actually let's just try it and see what happens. Because actually it might look quite nice. Ooh, I don't know. Let's we'll save a copy on that old frame. I think it's got to be a little bit more uneven. Like the dark line, but if you do it with a toe, I need to do it with the other rings too. Yes, and that might make it a bit tricky. Since I've got a lot less space to work. But I can always make this area a little bit bigger. Like we can make the rings bigger. And yeah, maybe it just in the tail could be alright. I do quite like how this has come out though. I think we need a little bit more variation up here though. Just the occasional. And then this tip needs a little bit. I think it needs a bit more of a point. You need to put variations on your Discord. And, yeah. Just use other art Discords fast. Yeah. Well, what I did with the other ones, Charizard, I had like 6 different versions, and I sent that to some of my mates. So it was like, what color scheme do you think would work best? Basically, the one I ended up with was a mix of. Where do I have them? I have them here somewhere. Is it this one? Yeah. So I sent a collection through to my mates, which was this top one, these two, and the bottom one, and we mixed and matched to get this the final result, which is the middle one here. Because this was the preference with like the body work here, and the wings and the arms and the flame from the bottom. So we mix and match to get that. But yeah, I think I'm getting to a point now where I might start making a Discord, because there'll be a lot of questions like that going forward. Like if it's just picking which bit of art looks better, or yeah, I think it is. But the main thing is, yeah, those going forward, so that I can ask people who want to play games that I'm making, like for feature requests or feedback on features, like do early access to demos and stuff like that. I mean, I would say yes. The thing is, I've already started setting one up, so I don't really want. I've got a few bits for where I've done it previously, and all I really need to do is just like spend a couple of hours and really focus on it properly. But what I might do is, when I've got a few more channels and things set up, is just add you to that, and then if you want to moderate it there and make improvements that way, I'm not going to say no to that kind of thing. Not necessarily moderate it as in like watch what people message, but like if you have a good idea of how to set things up, more that kind of thing. I mean, you could. It doesn't really matter. Like, I think that comes later on. If I've got like only up to 100 people, maybe. I mean, I'm never gonna. That's gonna be ages until I reach that figure. Most people are gonna be like self-moderating with that anyway. Okay, I think what we want to do, I really like how that tail's come out. That's so much better. So I kind of want to make the body a little bit more fluffy. I don't know if we do like areas that are more furry and areas that are a bit smoother. Yeah, I'll make sure to put a credit in the notes. I also need to tweak that stream elements thing. I think it messages a little bit too frequently. Right, so if we look like it, wow, completely lost all the resolution in that image. I mean, you're welcome to 50% of 0. That's fine. Right, so I think if we look at like a normal fox, you've got bushiness around the neck more and the chest, and then it's a bit smoother, and then like around the tops of the legs. I also quite like the darker feet. Could just go with like completely. Well, blue could be quite nice for a bit of shadow. No, that's too harsh. 50% off zero, but since you're only half of it. You know me, money for the publishing of it. Nah. Look, I don't think there's much in terms of publishing fees, really. At the moment. These are going to be a bit trickier, aren't they? What's the difference here? Because that looks like it's just in shadow. Maybe it needs like a streak going down it. Or maybe it's not different enough. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for stopping in. And yeah, thanks for the lurk. Good luck with the quests. I'm not set on these. And the legs as well. What's going to make this look good, I think, is just little streaks of... It's going to have to be really tiny. It's actually the worst quest of all time. Procrastinated too long. Oh no. Well, I hope they're not too bad. Yeah. Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, if you get bored of them, then feel free to drop back in as well. I think we're gonna start ignoring those old rings here. Let's remake those. Oh, I just did that on the wrong layer. No. Also, still not liking this rear leg here. I think once we make it, if we try and match this tail kind of design onto some more bits of this. God, how are we going to do that though? Which direction are we looking? It's got to be downwards, I reckon. That's immediately looking better. Yeah, this is definitely the idea. It's going to be a lot of tweaking of this though. Right, let's turn this body layer off so we can actually see what we're working on. Yeah, definitely liking this a lot more. I think it's just a case of like speckling in the different colours as well. That's what's making a huge difference. Oh wait, that's in the wrong there. Right, let's see if we can continue this up onto the body. I think really it's just going to be at the back of the body here. So just adding in this like slightly random flow pattern with the direction of the fur. It's gonna be a really noisy sprite, but I think it'd be quite cool. We want it to smooth out as it gets into the body. So really here it's just like the occasional idea of the same thing happening, but way less busy. Put that back leg back on. Not as sold on that bit. Hey, welcome back. I feel like it's with pixel art, it's just at the moment it's a case of spending loads and loads of hours doing it, and it'll eventually look good. I don't know if there's much in terms of actual skill with drawing here. But yeah, we're trying to just, as we're learning to do some pixel art, I thought I'd start with some Pokemon. So I've gone through the starter 3, and then one of my mates said that Umbreon's their favourite, so we're doing Umbreon here next. But yeah, it's only really with suggestions from our friend in the chat. God, I always forget with just changing names. What's Draxel? That's it. So yeah, we started off with a tail like this, and it's like, it doesn't feel right. The Draxel suggested like making it a bit more bushy. I think it's come along a long way with that, just that suggestion on its own. I think we want to denoise this bit a little bit here. This is too busy. So what do we want? We want it more purple on the bottom and more green along the top. Let's go down a little bit here. Try and add a little bit of height to it. And then we'll bring the tail down. The only problem with all this noise is it's really difficult to see where the edge of each of the body parts are. Yeah, that looks cool. This back leg still feels a bit too big. It's cool, because at school, pretty much everyone else came to the same conclusion that Gyarados is the favourite. I think everyone has Gyarados pretty high up there. But I think it's a good training technique as well, because they're so varied in like what they look like. That each one I pick to do is going to be like a completely new skill set of the design. Why does this not look good? I still think this is too noisy around here now. But yeah, we've got the. I think what I'm going to do is going to go through a lot of the final evolutions of each Pokemon, so I don't have to do like all the baby ones, because I also quite like to make them a little bit more menacing looking. So I started with Venusaur. Actually, I can swap over and show you my these starters. So we've got Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise there, which I quite like the design of. I'm still not entirely set on the Blastoise head. That I think I need a little bit of work. Yeah, Umbreon I think is dark. But yeah, I'm hoping to make a fairly full set. Basically, one of the gaming streams I do is I've started doing a Pokemon randomizer challenge. And I thought I need to have some assets for a holding screen. So considering I'm going to be drawing some, considering I'm going to be trying to learn how to do pixel art properly, it was a case of might as well do some designs for the holding screen. Why can I not draw over this? What's stopping me here? Yeah, that's what I'm leaning in towards as well. It's like, because I saw those original, where was it? There were those like realistic drawings of Pokemon. So someone drew this one here. So I remember seeing this a while back. Oh, where's it gone? I remember seeing this a while back where someone had gone through and made like a more realistic version of each of the Pokemon, or at least for some of them, and I thought it was a really cool idea. I thought if I'm going to do pixel art, I could just remake these sprites again, but it would be much more interesting to take some inspiration from some of these and be like, actually, I could do something that looks a lot more menacing. And then I'll also be contributing something new to the internet, hopefully. Although knowing what the internet's like, there's someone who's done something similar to this. There must have been. Right, I think we denoise a lot of this. We just have like a couple of dots around rather than... I don't know whether to add claws as well. I think I'll try that after. See how this all comes out. Yeah. Well, the other benefit as well, if I do it myself, then I don't have to worry about any copyright or royalties or whatever. Really, you can start picking out now. That's what I need to do. Right, so if I'm saying that the green is the lighter colour because it's or where the light's hitting a bit more, we can really think about the shading of it a bit better. So we have a hard edge on top with green on the top and purple on the bottom. So maybe in here it's just a case of no purple, but yeah, that's going to look better. Yeah, that looks like a big improvement already, I think. You said you do a bit of pixel art as well, didn't you? Or you're using pixel art? Oh yeah, you prefer the coding side of it, don't you? Oh. How do I see that in a bigger view? Let's see, can I zoom in? Yeah, it's difficult. Think what Chrome will let me zoom into. Oh, I think I've got too many Chrome windows open as well. A sentient being with a sword. That's cool. Oh, did you do all the bean ones? I can see some on your channel. Nice. Boxer. Nice. Looks good. Let's do... There we go. That makes it easy to follow as well. Do you stream a lot? Or is it just as and when you feel like it? First proper game, a bit like Tetris. But the Bean game is called Rumpletown. Try and stream at least once a week. Yeah. I see the thing with what I was doing before, I did when I was working on that Partygate game, I started off doing it on stream, and then I was like, I feel like I'm not making as much progress because I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing. So then I stopped streaming for a bit, and I ended up doing way less progress. So I feel like it's partly because I know that if I just sit on stream and don't do anything, it's going to be a really boring stream. So it kind of forces me into like getting more work done by streaming more. Yeah, of course. I'll try and drop into some streams, hopefully. How are we going to do it around here, though? Oh, wait, we're on the wrong layer. No! What have we just done there? Oh, no, look at all this on the wrong layer. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm the same. I think, especially working in Unity and in code, I get way too like drained after a couple of hours. But I found that swapping to doing pixel art, I don't really need to think about it as much. I'm like literally just clicking around the screen, taking a like little scroll back, see if it looks good, and then scrolling back in. So I'm finding the pixel art, I basically do Unity until I get drained, and then I start doing pixel art. I think that's what I've got to do. Yeah, it's so annoying. Oh, what's going to be the best way to do this? Okay, so we've got some little bits on here, right? No, that's untouched. That's fine. That's fine. Oh no, that's the old tail. Let's get rid of that on this. I'm going to leave it in for the moment. I think that tail is completely fine. Yeah. Front leg untouched. Body is where most of this is. Oh, it's so annoying that it's like in lots of little bits. Right, I'm just going to go over all of the dark bits here. Oh. But will that paste over the layer as well or not? Let's give it a go. Might as well. Oh no. Oh, maybe. Ah, brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, look. Perfect. Oh, that saved me so much time. No, that worked perfectly. Right, now I can get rid of this lot. Helps if I'm on the right layer. No, don't move. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it would like paste over where all the spaces are, but it looks like it worked out all right. And then this front leg, this one. So it's just that bit on the foot there. That's nice and easy, hopefully. Yep. Sweet. Oh, I've got 2 heads on there. One. I don't know, I could go back to the old head as well. Now the problem around here is there's too much contrast. Sorry, too little contrast. We've got the same colour going into the same colour. So I think what I might try and do is, if I get rid of this for the moment, and let's bring some of the lighter fur in around here, and give him like a little bit of a ruff. I think they're called. Then hopefully that will give a bit more distinction between layers. So now we look at the head. Not a fan of that at the moment, but we'll keep going. And let's actually go a shade lighter with the that looks like it's getting somewhere. Right, let's do this lighter green around here. This dark purple, the lighter purple around here. And then a bit more of the light green around here. And then what we'll do is we'll do a few drops in. Thank you. Yeah, thanks for dropping by again. And enjoy your dinner. Hopefully when you next see this, it'll be a lot more complete. No, red's going to be too... Don't think we want to introduce a new colour again. But what we could do is use the purple more than this dark. We got at the end. I think we got to the end of that playlist again. Let's see what else we got. Oh, actually, intending to wrap up stream around 7. I do want to finish a bit more of this though. Let's do another half hour or something. And let's go just for some lo-fi stream beats. That'll do. I think a little bit of extra shadow around it. It's going to help make it pop a little bit more. Oh, don't do it on the wrong layer again. I want it to kind of look like a little bit of the fur is catching the light as well. Still feel quite busy though. And this should definitely be the darker green over here. Ah, I've just done that on the wrong layer again. What layer did I just do that on? Front leg behind? No. Front leg. No. Head? On the head. Okay. It's not too bad. Oh, I'm doing it again. Hello? Okay. For some reason my mic just dropped out. I think it might hit the cable or something. I think it's back. Yeah. Right, I think this is too busy now though. Let's stop doing it on the head layer. Right, select the body. Let's get rid of the heads so I don't accidentally do that again. I think we want to simplify this into a lot more just green and dark green. And then this chest should just be purple or light purple. There'll be a little strip there for the bit at the back. I've got another color choice for this that would work better. I think this light purple is something I want to avoid. So let's see, what does it look like with other color choices? We go with the yellowy gold. I think that looks better. That's no good. Dark. Pink doesn't really work, I don't think. A blue, a lighter blue. That's possible. That's too light. So 55 is an option at the moment. No, sorry, 54. So any of these? 5 could work. Even just a grey could be okay. No, it's not. This is black. Definitely not black. Lime green's too bright. I think one of these yellows might be quite good as well. Even that dark yellow is quite nice. None of the oranges there. Darker red maybe? No, okay. I think this is the favourite for me. This or this? Yellow. Okay, and what we want to do then is also bring it round into the body a little bit more. Yeah, I like that. And even what we could do is darken it up a little bit at the bottom. Yeah, I think that'll be good. So let's do... I like that. Right, so the last bit is just the rings on the arms. Where he's got on these his legs. So similar to this kind of idea here. Make sure we're on the right layers. I want to just roughly draw out a you know what, actually I just want to do another layer, and this is where I wouldn't mind putting on I'm just going to draw this on the head layer for the moment, because then I can actually just move it around a bit as well. Let's just add another layer. That's easier. Leg rings. I don't want them quite big as well. Not that big though. Okay. Right, I think like that. I think this is okay. So there's a rough idea of these. Is to add in a little bit of texture here to give it the impression of some fur forming this as well. Right, and then to make it pop, I think what we've got to do is we've got to outline it. Hopefully it won't look too out of place. Can we fill in the middle? Almost. Let's just darken the colours on this side a little bit. I think we've got to cut out on some bits and not have a full we've got to not have a full outline. To make it look a little bit more messy. Close. Wait, when did we switch over to the head? Okay, only just recently then, that's fine. Kind of there. I think we need to dim this area. I think we've got to think more about what colour everything is. That looks better with a bit more light around it. Right, last little bit and then we're gonna wrap up stream. This is last circle. Right, so we're gonna have it darker on this side. Oh, right. I think we're almost there with Umbreon. I think I'm probably going to mess around with it a little bit tomorrow on stream as well. But quite happy with where we got to here. Yeah, I think with that I'm going to wrap up stream. Need to get some food. Gonna have some dinner and then back a bit later on this evening. I think the schedule says 9, but I might delay it a little bit because I've run over a little bit here. But for some more Dead by Daylight. Although I think there's a new killer released today. But we're going to continue on with our shrine attempts. So the Shrine of Secrets, the perks get reset at midnight. And what we try and do every week is to use the perks that are available in the shrine and see if we can figure out some fun builds with them. So that sounds interesting. Please drop by. Thanks everyone who's... I'm going to keep on tweaking. It's so difficult to step away from this kind of stuff. Yeah, thanks everyone who's dropped in for all the lurks and all the chats and all the follows. It's been helps the time pass quicker, and thanks for all the tips as well. It's been some useful help in the chat today. And Have a good week if I don't see you. And yeah, thanks. See you later.